What up, what up, what up? Good morning. It's your host, CryptoSonar. Good to see everybody. Happy Monday. And we have a lot going on with the markets. Just opened up, sorry, a couple minutes late here getting started here this morning. But we have the Nasdaq index is down 269 points to 13,506. We have the S&P 500, which is currently down 66.74, about 1.5%. And then the diggity Dow, the Dow Jones is down 426, also about 1.25%. But the big one again is the Nasdaq. Nasdaq is getting hit pretty hard, about 2%, which means just about everything is probably down. Let's go through some of these again. We won't get the S&P 500 for about 15 minutes on the regular chart. If you've been with me before for the stock market, looking at my big board of most of the things I watch. Apple down 1.5%, AMC down to 1665, down 7.3%, AMD down 3%, Amazon down 1%, Boeing down 3.3%, all the way down to 198.74. Coinbase getting hit hard, 8% down, another 8% to 177.63. This is a correction, folks, and looks like we might be heading even a little bit further down. Ford is down 3.6%. Intel down 0.75%, and then Tesla even getting hit down to 905.01, down $36 at 3.85%. So it is an ugly morning. We'll take a look at some of these. As you can see up here on the top left, the SPY getting hit pretty hard as well, down 1.29%, which means yes, triple Qs are going to be doing good. Let's take a quick look at those. Triple Q's up 4.38%. So usually it's an inverse of something, but you've got the Nasdaq that is down 1.73%. Yet the triple Q's are up 4.55%, and that's because of the leverage that is going on. Oil down $1.47. Dollars going to be up 42.7 cents, almost 0.5% there. The TLT, the 20-year Treasury, up about a quarter, up 37 cents, but about a quarter of a percent. UK oil down to $1.16, so all the oils are getting hit, and then the 10-year Treasury. So looks like not a good day, not a good start. The futures were up a little bit earlier this morning, but then they just started caving, and a lot of that has to do with Ukraine. So if you're not aware of what's going on in Ukraine, there's a lot going on. Overnight, yesterday, they announced that they announced late last week that the Biden administration is going to be removing embassy employees and diplomat families from Ukraine based on the Russian buildup right over the border. As you know, a few years ago in 2014 or 15, I think it was, Russia annexed Crimea and took over that little island area and the ports and everything else. And now they've got about 120,000 troops staged on the border. Some folks like Germany, I read yesterday that the head of Germany's Navy complimented Putin, said Crimea would never be returned to Ukraine, and basically said, they're going to do what they're going to do, and that Putin is just looking for, an audience on the world stage and to be recognized as a world power. Look, Putin, if you're listening, I doubt it. We recognize you as a world power, but do not go into Ukraine. The United States made a mistake, as did all of NATO, by not including Ukraine in NATO years ago when they had a chance. And now that basically gives permission because Biden he's just weak. He's all over the board. It gives him an opportunity to basically do what he wants in Ukraine. The administration's response is we are going to send 5,000 troops to some of the former East Bloc countries. We do have some advisors. Last I read, about 150 military advisors in Ukraine, and they've already made an announcement that if Russia invades, we're going to pull them. So basically giving them explicit permission to invade Ukraine. So I believe that's what's causing the market to go down. We do have a lot of stuff going on. Let me get over to bottom right, if this works. Yeah, there we go. We do have on the economic calendar today going up here. So Nasdaq and the SPY starting to come back a little bit. The volatility index is still up about 15%, all the way up to 33.33. So there we go. We should be getting here in about 8 minutes or so some market manufacturing PMI, market services. After we get that, we'll be able to take a look at the S&P 500 and go through that. But we can go through some sectors as well. The Fear and Greed Index, that's at fear at 43%. Yeah, that's a little off. It's a lot higher than that. Gas prices on the average in the U.S. about $3.33 a gallon. If you're looking at Ethereum gas prices, we're sitting about 137 GUI on the slow, about $10, 223 GUI on the instant. So average 162 right now if you're looking to trade. Those. I don't think that there's a lot. Brady's last game, yeah, great football games last night, and really over the weekend, all 4 games were really good. We will not have a repeat of the Super Bowl winners. Biden improved 47%, but again, they're saying that the stock sell-off continues as investors brace for the Fed. Again, the Fed is going to be on Wednesday, FOMC statement at 2 p.m. Eastern, so that's going to be 12 o'clock Mountain, and then at 12:30 Mountain Time, Fed Chair Jerome Powell news conference. I'll be carrying that on my channel as well. So just not a good start. Again, the VIX, we're sitting up about 15%. Let's take a look at some other ones here. SPY. Look at the S&P 500. And this is a 30-second chart that I'm using. I use TradingView as a trading platform that I use. And I'm sure I'm down. Let me look at my account. Yup. Definitely a down day. Not bad. About 1,000. Across my IRAs are down a little bit more, about 2,500. So we'll see how this day shapes up. See if we get a little bit of a bounce back here, and we'll be looking for that to hopefully happen. Starting to come back. Market's starting to come back just a little bit here. Off the bottom, there we go. VIX coming down just a little bit to 33.13. It maxed out at 33.96. So 33.39. Right into 33.96. So it's already come back. The VIX has already gone down about 1.68%. Nasdaq has already come back. Bounced back about 0.5%. But Nasdaq again, 1.67% on the Nasdaq. S&P down 1.37%. So again, this is you're looking at absolutely correction territory here. And over the last month, the Nasdaq is down 13.49%. S&P 500 is down. You can take a look at that on the SPY. 8.7%, and then the Dow. People follow the Dow anymore. Down 5.78%. So, flight to quality, right? Some of your bigger names. Let's take a look at some of those now. And get this back on my S&P. AMD went up a little bit. Now it's on the open. Now it's definitely heading back down. Down $4, almost down 4%. Boeing down 2.82%, but bouncing back a little bit off the bottom here. Let's take a Boeing. Just be careful if you're buying into some of this stuff. Hopefully, if you bought, you already bought. So it has rebounded about 1% on Boeing. Apple also bouncing back, but bounced back to a high, now setting new lows, heading towards new lows on the day, down to 159.72. The low on the day on the bottom wick, way back over here, right about 4 minutes after the market opened, so about 10 minutes ago, was at 159.10. AMC 1627, so down about 1.7%, or $1.73, down 9.63% off the bottom here. Again, be careful. If you're holding this, hey, hold it. Whatever you want to do, right? If you're looking to buy into it, be very careful. This is a 30-second chart. I mostly do my buys on a 3-minute chart, and then I'll scan some of the ones I like to look at. AMD, not interested. Boeing, maybe. Coinbase came back, still down $16. Again, this is pre-market over here, so it's still opened up significantly down off the close on Friday. Palantir 1277. Microsoft down $6 as well. Let's take a look at Tesla. Where you at, Tesla? Tesla down $61 to $882. Looking at support levels on Tesla, you say, well, where's the next stop down? Well, unfortunately, it's about $796. So you get about another $100 down. Although if it takes this and builds a support level here from the 21st of December, you could say, okay, we're there right now. It's on the daily. And I just take let's throw it right here. I just put that so I know which day I did some DD on it. So looking at Tesla, looks like it's trying to build support here at this 880 level here, which it hit back in December on the 21st before some buys came in. But real heavy, you got your MACD stuff. You got the blue below the red, not good. And then we're definitely approaching into an oversold territory again on the daily. But looking at it from today, here's a 3-minute chart on Tesla. It's breaking through that 880 or 885, 890, right around there. Sitting at 883.04 right now. I'm not touching it. On a 3-minute, heading back into oversold. So it's getting close. I would need a turn here, volume declining big time over here, and possibly come back into a buy, which we didn't see until about a half an hour before the open on the 3-minute. So Tesla, I don't know that I would be buying right now on that. Yeah, probably not. You guys hear my dog? She already ate. What do you want? What do you want? 10 minutes. We'll go outside in a little bit. Relax. All right, so let's take a look at. See if this came out yet. Nope, not yet. Should have the S&P. Again, so this S&P 500 map again is going to be delayed by 15 minutes. It is not a live chart, but as you can see, if you're looking for green, you've got Progressive Insurance over there. You've got AbbVie, Gilead. Some of the drug companies that are reporting this week are up a little bit. Charter Communications up a little bit. Comcast up a little bit. T-Mobile up a little bit. Verizon up. AT&T down. Pretty much everything else is down across the board. Basic materials heavily in the red. Utilities, a lot of these are entering. In the winter it's been a lot colder on the East Coast. We've had some cold snaps going on. If you watch that Green Bay game, it was about 6 degrees when San Francisco, where Robbie Gould beat the Packers in overtime. And then all the oil companies are reporting later on this week as well. So we have that going on. Let's take a quick look at the whispers here and see what we got here. So if you see me looking up, it's because, hey, where's my, there it is. All right. Halliburton beat their estimates today. Royal Phillips down 65 cents. However, it looks like they missed theirs by 52%. Halliburton beat theirs, surprised by 5.9% on EPS. and a 4.8% surprise on the revenue. Bank of Hawaii beat their expectations. Bank of Maine Corp beat theirs. Community Bank Systems and SIFI. Tomorrow we got a lot more. You got Johnson & Johnson tomorrow. You got Lockheed Martin. You got Raytheon tomorrow. Next Energy, General Electric, Verizon. Archer Daniels Midland reports tomorrow. Polaris Industries reports. A lot of energy companies. And so it's a big day. Look for a big day tomorrow as far as earnings go. But definitely a red day. This chart is about 30 minutes behind though. So take that into consideration. So back to Tesla again, 877.03. So its next stop down. That's a very, very old DD. That's my line. When was this done? Back in March. So almost a year ago was that one. Had this huge run up here. Let's see what AMC's doing. Or GME. Down 8.3%. AMC down 11.74%. So looking on the daily on AMC, again, all of these are breaking support levels. Definitely correction territory on the Nasdaq as well as the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P. Everything is down pretty much either over or pretty close to a 10%. Again, doesn't matter if people want to call it a correction or not. Has no bearing or relevance on anything. It's just a fact of what's going on. So take that with a grain of salt. Looking at you have all the cryptocurrencies are down again today. Bitcoin down 33,682. Ethereum down to 2205. And again, I've got my next. Wow, 1710. We're back to losing a full year almost. Yeah, 1 year return is still 67.57% plus on the 1 year Ethereum. Bitcoin is still up by 4.37% over 1 year. So that's a little bit of what's going on there. Helium down to 20.32. Solana down to 85. Let's look at our Doge. Doge 0.129. Everything's taking a hit. 6, 8, 10%. All the way across the board here. See if there's anything worth buying. Nope. Everything's just dippity, dippity, dip, 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 dip. SPY. Look at that. Broke to 200. Or 200 on Friday. 24th. Or 21st, sorry. So SPY broke the 200-day moving average on Friday. So that's not good. Anything up? Nothing. Nothing is up. Pro share short, that's up. The S triple Qs. S triple Qs are up and increasing. Gold is up a little bit, 1834. Palladium, 2126. Platinum, 1011. Having a nice little run on platinum here from 900, up about 100 points since the middle of December. I've been keeping an eye on that. I do own some platinum. I do own some silver. And again, same with silver. Silver back up to 2369. Gold back up to 1834 off of its bottom. I don't really look too much at these bottom wicks here. I'm looking at the candle closes, so 1729. So if we take a look at that right here from August, you've recovered back up about 6% on silver since August or September, 30th of September. Look at that, same thing there. You got a good support level here. Silver's recovered about 9.83% since then. So you're going to see this continual flight to quality as the market dwindles and goes down. You're going to see what people consider hard assets to be quality, and then it begs the question, well, what happened to everybody's talk of Bitcoin as a source? Well, I'll tell you this, I own more Ethereum than Bitcoin. I know that for a fact. I've got more assets derived into Ethereum-based assets such as NFTs than I do Bitcoin. Ethereum is my biggest holding across the crypto side. So, with that said, Dow down 537, 1.57%. Nasdaq down 2.4%. S&P down 1.97%, and the VIX up to 34.9 on a new one. So let's take a look at the manufacturing index. Let's see what happened there. S&P down. We refresh that. Yeah, Comcast, T-Mobile, Charter. Okay, who's that? Kroger company is up as people freak out and start getting all that stuff in. All right, there we go. All right, forecast on the market manufacturer PMI was 57.7. Came in at 55. That is a miss. As well as the PMI, the flash, 57.6, came in at 50.9. So definitely stuff is down. Again, just goes back into the supply chain issues. And that's all the economic news we're going to have as far as that goes. High Court agrees to hear challenge to affirmative action. On heels of worst stock market week since 2020, U.S. indexes start Monday lower, which we already know. Dow falls for seventh day on Monday. S&P 500 pullback reaches 10%, and that's from courtesy of CNBC. Again, everybody's talking about Wednesday and the Fed. And here's the thing about the Fed. And I'll carry that. I'll release the statement online here, as well as cover the news conference that Chair Powell is going to have at 2:30 or 12:30 Mountain, 2:30 Pacific on Wednesday. The statement comes out a half an hour before, so that's when the action's going to start at 2 p.m. Eastern or 12 o'clock, and we'll be here live. For that on Wednesday as well, and you can get my impressions on that as well. You have all the home stuff coming out tomorrow, consumer confidence index. Again, so what's the Fed going to do? They're going to raise? Well, inflation doesn't come out till Friday, but you can bet your bottom dollar they've already got those numbers, right, or the forecast. So taking a look at what the plan is for the Fed. I don't believe they're going to come out and say, hey, we're going to increase rates now. The talk was they were going to increase it 3 times or twice this year. And then the last statement last month, they were talking about, the rumor was 3 or 4 times for an increase. So we'll see what we get on that on Wednesday. I'll have more information. I'll do a little DD tomorrow and take a look at what some opportunities might be in that. But it pretty much, if you look for opportunities, whenever somebody says, well, you should buy into this because, how much worse can it get? Well, how much worse it can get when you break down the 200-day moving average on the SPY is all the way back to June levels of 2020. And you have an administration that bears on the negative. And what I mean by that is that they take a negative outlook to just about everything, because when they try and spin the different types of news that they're reporting, all they're spinning is nothing good and everything bad. Whether you're talking about supply chain issues, whether you're talking about inflation running rampant, whatever it is, the Senate not cooperating. You have 2 Democratic senators not cooperating with Schumer and the majority in the Senate, even though it's 50-50. And so they're not going to get another Voters Act right bill, although they're saying Biden is going to do executive action on federal election law, which he cannot do because that's up to the Congress, and you need both houses to do that. You have the Supreme Court basically backtracking on all kinds of things left and right, where Roberts goes one way on one decision, goes the other way on the other, and then even Kavanaugh went one, holding the mandates but saying this. You have the military purge going on, where they're trying to kick out conservatives in the military. That's a thing. And I think the Marine Corps finally granted a total of 2 religious exemptions for the what. So that stuff going on too. So it looks like from that side that the rates are going down. A lot of people don't want to wear the things. And I don't want to get this stream taken down, so I'm not going to talk about that anymore because you're not allowed to on the platforms. They don't like you to talk about those things. All right, so Dow down 573, down 1.68%. Let's go to a 3-minute chart on here, see if we're going to get any type of recovery. And the answer to that question is no. And everything's just breaking. You got the Dow breaking its 200. You have the Nasdaq breaking it. It's look at this. This is a Fibonacci retracement, is what this is over here, and this is what I looked at. This is why I put these lines in here. So it looks like this was about a year ago, 25th of March. I put this in here. It looks like after that it approached the level here. I said, okay, should build some support here. It should hopefully get a bounce. We did get a bounce, and that had headed into a huge bounce over there. But now you look at things and you say, well, what are we looking at? Well, if you look at this and say, okay, if we've got support here, let's take this right here. And we can run it past here. And I'm going to draw another one up here just so I have it. And I've got to take her out here in a second, so bear with me. Okay, that's so I know when I'm looking at it. Okay, so if we get any type of recovery right up to this old fib, that's crazy. Okay, all right. So if we get a recovery, we're going to look, but the problem is it's broken this channel. And breaking this channel now says that from the old fib I did almost a year ago, you're saying, hey, next stop down, 12,400 on the Nasdaq. Let's go. Let's fucking go. That's probably not really super good news. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna put this down to a 30 or 3-minute chart, and I'll be right back. Let me see here. There we go. Be right back. Dog bathroom time. All right, I'm gonna go let her outside, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. She's usually pretty quick. All right, she did her business. I am back. Get rid of this. Delete. Boom. All right. So as we head down further, Nasdaq is just ugly, dude. Apple. I have to find something here. So we're settling in a little bit here. Well, it looks like we're starting to form a little bit of a channel. And you've got this is something that I look at. There we go. This is called a World Economic Clock. And so what it basically tells you is, hey, you've got a little bit of time here before Europe closes. Johannesburg just closed. Moscow is the next one to close. Then you have Frankfurt, Zurich, and London. That'll be closing in about an hour and 25 minutes. And then the last one is London, is Frankfurt. The Germany exchange, they just like to stay open another few minutes later than the other ones. So there you go on that. I usually look for the market to calm down and hit channels there. It looks like we're hitting channels here. It's a downside channel though on most stocks. That's the thing. So you can say, look, we're on a 30-second chart here. Are we going to hit a channel here that we've hit for about the last 7:51, 10, 12, 15 minutes or so? But it's breaking down on the S&P. The VIX up to 3665 now. S&P currently down 2.35%. But on a monthly basis, S&P's down 9.5%. Nasdaq, 1 month, 12%. Dow, 1 month, 6%. So that's a correction. That'll be the buzzword. That's what you're gonna hear on the news. Is that we're in a correction. The market is corrected. Blah 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 blah. Woe is me. The world is ending. The world is falling. What shall I do? Well, you can short. So you have that going. Look, your long-term holdings, if you have money available, might want to start thinking about adding to them. That's what I'm doing. Take quality company. Tech sector quality companies. Microsoft, right? We can look at these. You got Apple. They're a good company. Let's go out to a daily. When in doubt, zoom out. Apple has not broken its 200-day moving average yet. Microsoft has broken its 200-day moving average. AMD is right at its 200-day moving average. That thing ran all the way up to 160. What did it go up to? 164 back in November, right? End of November? Yeah, November 30th. 164, 164.29, 164.46 is what it got up to, and it's right at its 200-day moving average. It wicked it earlier. Earlier today, it dripped below its 200-day moving average. So that's on a daily. The 200 period average, which is this white line here. That only matters really when you're talking about a daily chart. When you're looking at it on a shorter term chart, like a 3-minute for my buys and sells, yes, it's broken below that, but that is a 200 period average of 3-minute candles. So that's not a true 200-day moving average. Okay. Because that would put it right here, 116.76. So let's take a look at this. That's interesting. AMD has a problem once it gets down below 100. It has a problem getting back to it. It was channel bound for this whole time from, you can call it from the 6th of August all the way through until it broke out in July. So almost a full year where it was channel bound doing this stuff. Not a big channel from, basically couldn't get over 100. Couldn't say over 100. It was 85, 70, 70, 70. 72 here, all through 75. So within a $25 range, and couldn't break 100. Then in July it said, or in August it said, yep, let's go above 100. Retraced a little bit, but even the retracement didn't break below the resistance levels over here from January, December last year, and then it had its huge run. Now it's retracing it. It's basically breaking down below its prior resistance levels here from July, August, and the end of August. So the fact that it's breaking that, well, how much can you really take into that? Because everything is breaking that, right? When everything's going down, you're left to look at support, and then you say, well, what was all this then? Exuberance, right? So, you know, you can take a look at that and say, let's see here. Let me look at trading sentiment. And right bottom, bear with me. There we go. Sorry about the eye chart. Might be a little bit hard to read. But this is basically off of Daily FX power by IG, and it basically gives currency pairs, okay? And it basically says how many people are long the currency pairs and how many are short. And you can look at those. And then you can look at the markets and say gold, okay, 71% of people are long on gold, long on silver. They're starting to short US oil, okay, shorting US oil. Still S&P 500, 64% longs compared to 36% shorts. The Dow 30, 62% long compared to 38% short. Germany, 64% long. The FTSE 100, 58% short, 42% long. And then the franc, France 40, is 58% long, 42% short. So on the FTSE 100, you got 58% of the positions being short positions on the FTSE 100. Europe, again, everything in Europe is just going to get hammered with what's going on in Ukraine and the uncertainty. It's not about whether something happens. Right now, it's about the fear of it actually happening. And that's why you see this number tomorrow. We're at 43 right now. Tomorrow on the Fear and Greed Index, you're going to see that thing probably, I don't know, 35 to 38% would be my guess. But we'll see on that. You can see the put and call options ratio heading significantly down. Junk bond demand, bonds. Who's buying bonds? Bond is still the largest market. I get it. I'm only saying that in jest. But you look at that and you say, okay, what's going on with those? So if we take a look at some of the Johnson & Johnson reporting this week, they're reporting tomorrow, and they're expecting estimate is $2.12. They've beaten their, let me get the chart up here. I'm down here. They've beaten the last four quarters. They have handily beaten their estimates, right? So they're pulling back, but they're not pulling back to ranges that they were all the way back here. So yes, it's broken its 200-day moving average. With earnings, you might see a bump on them tomorrow. The selling that's happening here is not equal to the buyer's presence that they have over here. Yes, we had a big dump last week back on the 17th of December, and the sell volume exceeded, but it didn't bring it down to the excess of the trade volume here on the buys. If you look at this buy territory right here and say, okay, let's look at the sells that are going on right now. You have this candle right here on Friday, not quite exceeding the candle from the 13th. And you've got a longer run of buy volume with a significant MACD trending up, getting into an overbought territory, heading down. It's almost got to an oversold, but it did not. Right now, we are at an oversold. This is one that you might want to look at and say, okay, if you're bullish on Johnson & Johnson, we're in an oversold right now. The MACD doesn't match up with where we're at. It's broken down below its 200. Could it bounce back up to there or bounce back up to their VWAP even? Is a good question. And taking a look at any news on them, Johnson Johnson. Brace for hawkish Fed. Ukraine tensions. Blah 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 blah. Here's January 21st on Friday. 3 pharmaceutical stocks to buy for the long term. J&J researches, develops, manufactures, and sells. J&J agrees back on November. Deliver its single-shot COVID vaccine. Yeah, we already knew all that. They expect J&J's revenue and EPS to increase 3.8 and 5.8%. So here's the play. The play in Johnson & Johnson for me is if I believe they're going to exceed earnings, which I do believe that they will, even with Omicron and everything else. Oops, I said the word. Even with the thing still happening and going on, especially with lockdowns in Europe and stuff, but some of those are easing. Even Australia is starting to ease just a tiny bit. Revenue and EPS to increase 3.8 and 5.8% respectively. So if that happens year over year, 97 billion to 10 billion in 2022, crazy. It's beat the last trailing 4 quarters. That's what it says right here, which is what I just said. Stock has gained 1.8% in price over the last 52 weeks, closing at 165. So close at 165 on Friday. Here we are, 162.40. Let's go down to a 3-minute. And on a 3-minute, we're in oversold over here. It looks like the seller volume is starting to drop off some. Okay, we've only got, but again, on days like this, your volume is gonna be tanked. The volume is going to be so much significantly lower than the rest of the normal volume that we see. And so Johnson & Johnson down 235 right now, wants to start to make a move back up as the market, VIX is 37.19 on a VIX, topped out at 37.76 up here. Down almost 3, down exactly 3% on the Nasdaq. SPY down 2.57%, 2.6%. Dow down 2.2%, 760. So that's correction territory. They're going to say it's about the Fed. It's a combination of things that people freak out on. They freak out on the Fed. They freak out on inflation. They freak out on oil. They freak out on the dollar. They just look to push whatever negative news they can. Now, what do we have coming up later on this year in the U.S. at least, right? You have elections coming up. And so everything's going to be driving towards that. Not much the administration can do because they're not going to be able to get a whole lot passed between now and then. Nobody that's up for re-election is going to want to put themselves into a position that could negatively affect their chances to be re-elected. So you have that going on. If the Biden administration figures out what the heck they're doing, which I don't think that they will, might be headed for a little bit worse time here. Just checking a couple other things up here. So I've got, the reason I'm looking up is I've got a monitor up here. I've got one up here. I've got one right here, my main one. And I've got, this is really my main one over here. The one over here is at eye level. So 2 and 2. iPad I use, usually what I have open on the iPad is I'll always have I can show you. I just have the Nasdaq, the S&P, and the volatility index running on my iPad. So depending on which screen I'm showing, and I only have 3 of the screens going. I don't have the one up there going today. Don't really need it. I'm not in any real active trades right now, so there's that. So Johnson & Johnson. Well, look at that. There's a nice little pop there. And Nasdaq and S&P are not popping. Volatility is still back up to where it was, almost at its high again. 37.57. The high on the VIX was 37.76. Where the S&P is approaching lows of the day. Johnson's popping. So people are starting to look at what I was looking at maybe. And taking a look at this daily on Johnson & Johnson saying, hey, This might be worth a run if we get a recovery tomorrow. The problem is in Europe, Germany, France, the UK, Ukraine, and Russian ministers, I believe, are meeting. I want to say Wednesday, but it could be tomorrow. So could we get a bounce? Well, what's going to cause it to bounce back? Traders. Traders could cause it to bounce back. People like yourselves and myself looking to buy back in and find things that are on sale and looking for quality companies. Okay. Pfizer, they're coming out with their, I forget the name of the pill. Let's just call it the magic pill. That thing, they've got like 190. I read last night 190,000 of the pill to prevent hospitalizations on the thing. They're not going to be ramped up until, I believe, June on that pill. But again, Pfizer's going to turn around and they report on February 8th, so they don't report until then. But again, they're not breaking down below their 200-day moving average, whereas Johnson & Johnson has. So where Pfizer might continue theirs, they're going to participate in this downfall, but they're not going to break their support levels from back in August, or the resistance levels over here. I think they'll probably hold this. I think they'll probably hold this. I don't know that they'll go down to this $50 level on Pfizer. I don't see that. But they're up 37% still 1 year from right now, live right now. So 1 year ago today, they're up 37% from there. So you could have some profits in here, but again, long-term holders, you're definitely in an oversold position right now on Pfizer, just like you were on Johnson & Johnson. But then you look at the 3-minute chart and say, where are we at on it? Well, we're trending down, drop down to a 1-minute chart. That's going to be in the oversold already. 30 seconds going to be in the oversold, starting to turn. But again, you got this downtrend today, right? It's just continuing down, just like the rest of the markets are trending down. The S&P is trending down. The Nasdaq is trending down. The volatility is going up. Volatility, new high on the volatility, 37.95, which it just hit about a minute ago. Volatility hit a new high. So again, you got to be careful with these and go selectively with companies that you think are going to still benefit from quality in this environment. Now, does that mean you start looking at, a company like Boeing? Well, if you believe that the thing is slowing down and we might get back to travel again, well, if the economy is going in a downturn and we start approaching the R word recession, if we're not already there, then you got to take a look at things, because that's the words you're going to start hearing now. You're going to start hearing talk about debt. You're going to start hearing on the Republican side, you're going to say we're in a recession. And then inflation, rampant runaway inflation. The Fed won't act. They're talking about easing their tapering, which means they're still buying MBS, mortgage-backed securities, and things like that. So will Boeing recover? Well, 194. The last calls I had calls on Boeing up here. I had 205 calls that I sold out of back here and made some good coin based on the bottom here. Are we going to hit back into that 180 level on Boeing again? I don't know. Let's see if I don't think there's any news on them today. Wall Street set for losses in Ukraine crisis. There we go. State Department on Sunday issued an advisory. This is interesting. Issued an advisory for Americans to leave Ukraine as Russia amassed troops near its borders with Ukraine. Meanwhile, the UK government revealed Saturday Kremlin's plan to install pro-Russian leadership in Kiev. To install. So if the Russians make a statement and say they plan to install pro-Russian leadership, how are they going to get the current people out of there? Right? So, is Ukraine just going to let them walk right in, or are they going to fight back while the U.S. just sits back and does nothing? And will France or the UK, will they send troops? Will they invoke NATO, the NATO clause, and force the United States to go and take this? So you have all these war fears going on, and that's what we're looking at here, what's going on. But what's interesting though is while the State Department and while the U.S. government is removing diplomat families and embassy employee families from Ukraine, they have basically come out and said that any other U.S. citizens are on their own. Sounds like Afghanistan to me. Different situation though. Ukraine is not Afghanistan. There's some really good people over there, and I think we blew it with Ukraine. Personally, I think that we should have entered them into NATO. None of this would have happened. Crimea never would have fallen to Russia, and so I don't know what kind of war this might end up being, and we could get pulled into it. But the problem is you have some NATO countries that are pretty much don't care or would even encourage Russia to be a little bit stronger to negate some of our power here in the United States, and so that's what you think. That's what's going on. So Boeing, things like that, you could say, okay, well, if we take a look at Raytheon, RTX, sorry, just took the symbol, it's stupid. If you take a look at Raytheon, what companies would benefit from war? Boeing, Defense, Raytheon, LMT, Lockheed Martin, right? Collins, maybe even GE, which reports tomorrow, or is that after close today? They're expecting 85 cents a share. There you go. I read a story yesterday on GE that they're still fighting with, I forget the name of the group. Whoever repaired the Ford aircraft carrier propulsion system, the Navy paid them, but they're saying it was due to GE's tolerance levels on a thrust bearing for the aircraft carrier, and this was back about a year and a half ago. I don't even think that's here in any news. I was just doing some research last night and saw something on that and thought it was interesting because they report earnings, and they report earnings tomorrow. Again, if you're looking for something from a quality standpoint, yes, GE isn't the GE of before, but if you look back prior to 2020, we've already broken back down below the March 2020 levels before the big drop when the thing happened. Had the huge run up. It stayed channel bound through all the really irrational exuberance. Remember that term? Now we're coming back down. You say, okay, where's support? Well, we're right there. We are right there at January levels of a year ago. 1, 2, 3 areas here on GE. You could say, yeah, you could run that. And so that's something there. And you say, well, if it recovers, where's it going to recover back up to? Well, if you got 3 spots right there, right? Look at that. It's a pretty good channel. Let me lower that a little bit. So you have areas here of roughly 112. Will it break down here? I'm going to leave this as a question mark. The question mark I'm going to go to right here. And the reason I personally don't extend that is it's my own confidence levels that I don't think it's going to go down to here. So that's not that bad. So again, I'm looking for opportunities to buy. I'm not looking for opportunities to sell right now. I'm looking for opportunities to buy, and looking at some quality ones to say, okay, if the economy turns, if inflation isn't in check, if the Fed starts increasing interest rates, what are going to be some things to go into? Well, oil. What about oil? Okay, what about oil? If we take a look at the light crude and say, hey, we're already at highs over here. You have the Brent crude, which usually a little bit higher, usually about $3 or so. Yeah, we're $3 higher than the light crude. And you look at the inverse, you can look at things like the dollar, 20-year treasury, 10-year sitting at 1.72% right now. U.S. 30-year sitting at 2.059%. So looking at what happens between the dollar, the 10-year treasury, and the 20 TLTs, that's what people are going to be talking about on Wednesday when the Fed comes out with their stuff as well. So definitely something interesting in there. We've got 8:30 here. Drop into. Let's pull this up. A little bit of recovery here going here. Boy, I should have bought that freaking J&J instead of talking. It's a 3-minute. Yeah, that would have been a quick percent, huh? Buy signal. Let's say I hit half the candle. 27 cents on a $1,000 buy or 1,000 share buy. Not quite enough. All right. What's 200 day? We're talking about Bitcoin. Ouch. Man, AMC, this is getting clobbered, dude. Holy cow. 1583. Woo. I made some money on that one. Look at the daily. Hold on. I wonder if people are still bag holding. Is this you? Did you buy this back in June? That is ugly. Crazy. If any of these degens still have this. I'm just playing around with some people right now. Hold on a second. I'm just playing with some people on Discord. All right. All right. So let's take a look at this. Hold on. 3-minute chart. Any more once we hit 12? Dude, it's gonna be there. Let's see. Has 2,000 on the side to dollar cost average into AMC when it hits 12. All right, so let me look at a 1 hour. So you can't DD this stuff. I mean, this is just me playing in a channel. Because if you go and say, hey, once it hits 12, well, until the short squeeze and all that stuff happened last year before it had the huge run up, somebody says just in the AMC. You know, I'm looking at quality. I'm looking at things that are going to pop. Be very, very careful on the tech sector, folks. If you're in the tech sector, be very, very careful when you see things like everything just going down, getting hammered, right? Apple bouncing a little bit here. Hold on. The problem is every bounce that we've gotten is still happening from about an hour ago or 40 minutes ago or so. Anybody buying Hood? I'm not buying Hood. Why would I want Robinhood? Get off that platform. If you're using Robinhood, get a real broker. Why you would want to get with a company like that just plays games with your money is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All right. All right, slide down here. What's the? All right, Nasdaq is heading back up here with a little bit of recovery. S&P. VIX down to 35 off of 3790. What was the VIX? 3794. 3795 down to 3527. So it's basically looking kind of like a swing trade type thing. So I'm going to be watching J&J today. I might pick up a little bit and just run this. I'm pretty happy with the chart on the daily. And you say, well, what are you happy about? It's going down. Well, dude, everything's going down. Everything is going down. Everything's below its 200-day moving average. Well, just about everything's below its 200-day moving average. Oops, Giffy. Except for Pfizer, still above it. All right, we've got about another hour or 55 minutes until Europe closes. What's the play here? Oh, that's daily. Daily oversold. Acne declining. 3 minute. If it can hold it, let me look at this wick here. Yeah, it's already on a buy. 162.45. Is it already recovered? Almost done with my coffee. Yeah, 1 cup a day. That's what I allow myself. 1 cup, and then I've got my water, my Mio, and the world's best cup, Contigo. These things rock. Contingo. Contigo. Or Tino. Tigo. Something like that. I forget. All right, let's see here. What is... Look at my other ones here. Boeing back 197. Coin down to 170. Holy shit. Pound there down to 1223. Man, who would have seen that coming? Everybody. Run for the hills. Sell all your stuff. JP Morgan's coming to get it. Goldman wants your money. Fuck you, Citadel. All right. AMC. All right, where's my JJ? I like J&J here. J&J reaches opioid settlement with holdout state New Mexico. Yeah, how many doctors have been arrested in that? Any? All right. Food and Drug Administration on Tuesday, this is going back last week, update the fact sheet for Johnson & Johnson's thing, saying immune thrombocytopenia has occurred in some people who received it. The symptoms usually starting 42 days following the... Wow. Lovely. All right, let's see. Anything going on with tech stuff? Anything recovered? Home Depot. Lowe's. Home Depot here. Yeah, they don't report until February. What's the news on them? They gotta have something going on here. PPG Industries to launch. That's early January. No news. Huh. What do they know that we don't know? the chat rooms on Home Depot. And why are they going up? Hold on. No news. No news on Home Depot. Huh. So are they anticipating that Home Depot? I saw people breaking ground for a new subdivision in the city I live. And they're already starting on a street. And they started it last week. And you see all the flags and everything out. I've got like these ring streets around my town, which are phenomenal. I live in Wyoming, by the way. So but why them and why not? Yeah, the home builders are up, so they're expecting the homes. We get home sale starts on Wednesday morning before the Fed. National Home Price Index comes out tomorrow, half an hour before the market opens, along with the S&P Case-Shiller National Home Price Index. So previous was 19.1 and 17.4 on those. And then at 10 a.m. tomorrow, we got consumer confidence. I already know where that's going. What the hell, Home Depot? Missed that one, didn't I? Looking at seeing what's up here. And nothing. That's it. Go to the here. Let's look at look at the tech. So the darker, the brighter the colors, the more negative or positive it's been going. So here's your S&P 500. Huh. Interesting. What the why are they playing Silent Night? Costco. I'm just looking at sectors here. So, nice run up on Home Depot here. See, again, 15-minute delay. Right? Home Depot's at 353, yet this is showing 349 and still down. So again, but it's 15 minutes ago. So because of that, you have this huge run up. Take it from the bottom here. 3% recovery in Home Depot. And it's up 1.33%. So that would have been one to buy off the bottom. Yeah, they're all starting to run a little bit. Volatility down to 34.57. Check my top news. See if they're talking about this meeting. All right. See, first story. Nasdaq dies 3%. S&P 500 on course to confirm a correction. No shit, Sherlock. NATO strengthens East European flank. Russia accuses West of hysteria. It's almost like the West wants Russia to invade Ukraine. Wars won elections. Coal shares surge on takeover interest from Sycamore, Acacia. Fed tries to match economic risks against markets rush to tighten. Yeah, should have tightened a while ago. They're behind the ball there. Texas and Washington, D.C. sue Google over location tracking practices. People agreed to the terms. Digital dollar is years away as U.S. Fed kicks issue to Congress. Of course. U.S. business activity slows in January and the wave. Halliburton doubles quarterly profit. There you go. So Halliburton doubles quarterly profit, boosts dividend as oil rebounds. Let's see here. UK's Boris Johnson fighting for his job. West African bloc denounces attempted coup in Burkina Faso, wherever that is. U.S. Supreme Court to hear a case on college admissions. Evergrande seeks more time from offshore creditors for debt restructuring plan. Canadian hospitals strain. And NASA's new James Webb Space Telescope nears destination in solar orbit, which is the Lagrange, however you pronounce that. Where basically you have the sun. And here, let me see, make sure I can do this. You have the sun over here. You have Earth over here. And then there's an area where because of gravity of the sun and gravity of the Earth, there's an area that goes kind of like this before it comes out. And that area in between is where the Webb Space Telescope is going to hang out. I don't know if I can find it. Let's see. Earth Lagrange location. Let's see. L2. The second Lagrange point. What's this one look like? Let's see. Well, that was pretty cool looking. Okay, yep, this will work. View the file. Come on. All right. I think I can do this. Hold on. I like this one. This is cool looking. When do you guys see this? All right, so the James Webb Space Telescope. Here's the sun. Other side of the Earth. My bad. So here's like the gravitational pull of the sun. Here's Earth sitting here. See this wave here as it's pushing these other outer rings? That's L2. So what they're going to do is they're going to position the Webb telescope in an orbit between the sun and the Earth to block as much light as possible so it can see further out into the solar system. So that's kind of where the Lagrange point comes in, and that point is called L2. And so that's where they're going to put that thing. Kind of cool. I dig science. Back S&P. That doesn't look good. All right, so some things are starting to bounce here. Settling down into the range here. We've got about another 45 minutes before Europe closes. Let's see. People are asking, let's see, is GME worth loading up on long calls in anticipation of the NFT platform development? Where's this guy at? Let's see here. GME. I would not be buying GameStop for NFT market inclusion purposes at this stage. Volume is so much lower than it was during the runs. And, even today, 1.72 volume based on a $3 million day. It might make its average. We'll see. You might get that $12 on AMC. Which is where it's at right now. So I'm looking at this last bump here back in February of last year, right? And saying, okay, where's it at? Well, if you take 33% of that on a fib and say, okay, if we're looking at $96, which is where it's at right now at 92, I'd be pretty leery of GME. Trending back down again, folks. VIX is heading up. S&P's heading down. Posit's heading down. Here's the VIX back up to 34.85. S&P not hitting the lows of the day. Yeah, I might get my chance on Johnson & Johnson. Where is this guy at? I thought he was supposed to be in here. Eastern. Oh, 9:30 Eastern. Let's see here. Hopefully that music's not too loud for you guys. It shouldn't be. $24 now. Holy cow, crypto. All right, let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin 34,095. Ethereum 2257. Daily here. I don't think it's going to go down to 1700 on Ethereum. I really don't. I hope it does not. But that would suck if it did. Are getting close on Moscow's getting set to close here in 8 minutes. After that, we'll have London, Zurich, and then Frankfurt. So I did not place any buys on Johnson & Johnson yet. So I had a problem with one of my hotspots on my Helium network, and I'm not going to show you guys where those are at. But the good news is it is earning again. All right. Good deal. We sent. Nice. All right. Good deal. Yay. I still have one of my Helium hotspots that's still down. I have to get back up, and I believe that will be corrected, I think, tomorrow. I'm supposed to go over there and see what that is. Boy, Helium's taking a dump. I might buy some. $20.87 on Helium. Covered off, bounced off a 19. Good news. I can close that out. Boom. Back into here. Somebody's asking, what happens with the stock market when interest rates rise? Well, that's already built in, my friend. Let's see. Let's see. This one guy has ETH at 1750. All right, let's go into Ethereum. All right, Ethereum. It's over to crypto. And let's take a look at my boom. My 8 count, I call it, on crypto. So these are 30-second charts. You have Bitcoin, Ethereum, Helium, Sushi, Economy, Solana, Matic, Polygon, and Cardano, 88. So these are all 30-second charts. By the way, I'm looking at still channel bound on the Nasdaq and on the S&P. VIX back down to 33.38. That's good news. Let's go. Let's go. So Ethereum. The daily. Let me throw this in here. So Ethereum. I believe Ethereum is not going to go down into the 1700s. The reason why, or let's do this. All right, let's go back into Stonks. Waking up to buy in the middle of the night. You can't time. That's correct. You can't time the bottom, but you can certainly get lucky and get it on the upswing. All right. Nasdaq, again, we're a little bit channel bound here. We've got a 14% correction on the Nasdaq over the last month. You have the S&P on a 8.91% correction. You have the Dow currently sitting on a 6.4% correction. And the VIX is up over 111% over the last month. All you SQQQ fans. SQQQ. Where you at? S. There you go. There you go. There you go. SQQQ's on the 5. Boom. 51%. I should have shorted some stuff last week. All right, so I'm going to talk about Ethereum and crypto a little bit. And let's see here. So Ethereum. I did some real old ass DD way back in May of last year. And looking at these, and you say, okay, people that are talking to 1700s right now are trying to build an old support level from resistance back in March and February of last year when we were sitting at 1900 to 1880 down to 1400. And I was buying in there. I remember I bought in January, February, and March of last year, all 3 months. On about the third week of the month, I had been buying Ethereum. And very, very successfully so buying Ethereum as well. So that was some pretty good stuff going on there. And we're going to be live here for about another half hour or so. That's going to be about it. If you have a question, type a stock or a symbol in the chat. I'll take a look at it. So Ethereum sitting down 273 since UTC is the reset on the daily on the crypto markets. So that's 5 o'clock Mountain, 7 o'clock Eastern time each evening is when the crypto clocks reset. Basically UTC. So my case for Ethereum is that as we get closer to the merge of 2.0, which I don't think is going to happen until September, but you have the EU right now, the European Union, wants to take a look at eliminating proof of work mining because they can, which would affect both Bitcoin and Ethereum. China already put the kibosh on it, although they didn't. And Russia banking system is wanting to forbid people from converting if they're mining over into the Russian version of fiat of the US dollar. So with that, you have a lot of stuff going on. But the main reason why crypto's gone down is because the market has gone down. If you take a look at the Dow, and when it goes down, and really the Nasdaq, as the Nasdaq dippity dips down, you're going to see things like Ethereum do the same thing. And somewhat to a greater extent because the risk profile for people that hold Ethereum, like myself, are a lot higher than people that hold tech. But they see tech, a lot of people see cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, etc. They view it in the same blinders as they do the stock market. And because of that, they don't necessarily, understand the nuances of what can happen here. You have all the upset going on with Ukraine and everything else like that. But hey, I'm still mining. If I look at my, how much am I making now? Let me see here. I'm down. I've got about a half an ETH built up in there. I won't get a payout for 9 more days. But I'm making about $1,100 a month mining Ethereum. So about $1,100 a month mining Ethereum right now. And my electric bill is $600 a month. So, but I don't care because that's still $400 I wouldn't have had. Even after electricity, I am still profitable. Right? So I'm not necessarily worried about that. I will mine Ethereum until I cannot do it anymore. And then I'll give away a bunch of graphic cards, and I'll probably sell a few of the other more recent ones. Recent as in the last time I bought a graphic card was January of 2021 when I bought 3 3090s. And that's what's running this computer that I'm on right now is a single 3090. And when I'm not streaming or doing things, it's mining even if I'm in Discord or chatting somewhere else. It's still mining. So let's see here. Moving out of cash has never looked better. Out of USD and into ETH and BTC all day. Yes, Kelly Gazam over there on Discord in the Wall Street Bulls Discord. So would I be buying Ethereum right now? I think so. IRS considers it property, so it's me like saying, hey, that's a nice house. That's a good value. You can go on Zillow and compare the prices and see that that's a good house. Ethereum to me is like a house until the federal government of the United States says differently. I'm treating it exactly what they said to treat it as in 2017 and 19 and 15, which is property. So it's like buying a property. It's not a security. So Ethereum sitting right now at 2265, even though the bottom wick on this hit today at 2159, and we're at the bottom of the candle close. Well, I don't think it's going to go down to 1700. That's more of a gut. The technical analysis would say, yeah, the due diligence would say yes. 1700 is in the cards. You could average down. You may not hit the bottom, but you'll certainly get a rise of where it's at. And I've got several different wallets. So I've got a long-term wallet that with some Ledger stuff in it. The Bitcoin, last time I actually purchased Bitcoin, I'm still up 140% on that. I don't even know. Let me see. I can tell you in a second here. Come on, cooperate. All right, let's see here. Bitcoin. Last time I bought Bitcoin, I'm still up 143% on it. The last time I actually bought it. So I'm just going through some of my messages here. Last time I actually bought Ethereum, other than trading it, so I consider long-term buys, it was 1750, I think. 1747. Somehow that rings a bell to me. And that would have been in March. Yeah, somewhere in this range is the last time I actually bought it. And just been riding it up and down ever since then. I don't necessarily actively trade Ethereum as much as I used to. And, let's see here. Second here. All right, so I don't think Ethereum is going to go down to 1700s. I could be wrong. I probably am going to be 100% wrong. So don't take my prognosis as something that may or may not happen. I just don't feel that it will. I think that more things are going to come into play here, and I expect Ethereum really do this. Let's see, where are we out to? June, April, March. There we go. That's what I think Ethereum is going to do, right there. All right, cool stuff. All right, so I want to look at something here. And let me go into rarity. Oh, not that. I want to go OpenSea. All right, we'll go into the head thing here. And look at new copy drop. There you go. So I think it's going to run back up to 2,800 or so, and then what it does after that, if it hits this old area of support here and breaks through, then we're looking again back at 3,300. I would expect that it's going to be back up to 3,300 by June or so. But as the advancement of Ethereum 2.0 comes into play, I think that that could be accelerated even greater, and it could go a little bit higher. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Okay. All right. So that's kind of the update for today, and we've been streaming here for just about 2 hours. Again, we're channel bound. Europe is about to close. Let's get over to that. Let's see here. Where's Europe? There we go. There we go. All right, so we've got London. London Bridge is falling down. We've got Zurich and Frankfurt still open. They'll be closing here in about 17 minutes. Europe will be closing, so expect the volume that we haven't had a lot of anyway. Expect that to drop even further. So back to ETH. So I don't think, I just don't see it. I think the regular market is probably going to bounce back a little bit tomorrow. So I would look for that into the Fed meeting. What they're already doing is they're pricing in the Fed statement on Wednesday, but you have to listen to what was said a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago by him, and at his Senate hearings, and talking about inflation and everything else. Look, the Fed is always going to act, with a rear view mirror. Okay, they're going to be late to the game, and in this situation, they are extremely late. They should have increased rates already. They should have stopped buying mortgage-backed securities and continuing to prop up an ever-escalating rise in property prices, which I took advantage of. I sold my house last year in Washington State and sold at the top of the market. Don't care. And basically purchased a house with no mortgage in a different state. And so I don't have that worry anymore. It's an asset for me. It's a long-term asset and tell them to trust, so I ain't worried about it. So looking at the Nasdaq here, we're still down 3% today. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 2%, and the S&P is down about 2.5%. So, woe is me, woe is everybody on this market, but you can't say you really didn't see it coming. You could say, you believe believed other people and what they were saying and what they were doing. But taking a look at these are just 30-second stock pictures we're looking at here. I want to look at Boeing again. Oops. BA. What the heck, dude? There's some old DD on Boeing. Look at that. Arrow going up. It went up. I don't think Boeing's gonna come back down. Well, this 200 level will be able to hold it. 185, 186. Set its year lows, and it reports on the 27th. Yeah, Boeing reports on the 27th. They missed earnings last time, and I'm not sure about this. The estimate is a loss of 36 cents. I think they could surprise to the downside on Boeing. I think that with all the issues that they had with China still not being open for the 737 MAX, although their orders were up, they're paying out penalties to like American Airlines, etc., for the 787 issues that they had. So moving the manufacturing from Everett to South Carolina 100% a year and a half ago, whatever that was, when they stopped production in Everett, Washington on the 787. But they still have it very heavy in space, very heavy in defense, and still selling a boatload of 737 Maxes and clearing out inventory and increasing their amounts of inventory. So this is something, even though you've got a pretty significant decline channel here. It's hard to read this one, right? You know, you're looking at that 184 level. If it legs down again, and it's already broke the resistance level right here, right? So looking at that and looking at where it's at, this is on a daily chart, by the way. Okay, so looking at that, let me get rid of this, get this up a little bit. There we go. And looking at the volume, you do have some good volume buys in here, but the selling volume has not exceeded the buying volume from this last run up, right? So when it hit back in the end of December and it hit that bottom 180, it was a 52-week bottom. Oops, where are we at here? There we go. 185.26, which was on December 20th. It ran all the way back up to 225, and I participated in some of that with some shares as well as some call options up to 205, and those expired back on January 14th. I sold them about a week before that because I don't like holding into that for the uncertainty. I took my profits and ran, but I think that they may do some retesting down here. We'll see what happens with earnings on Wednesday, 27th, right? Thursday, sorry. Thursday? 27th? Yep. Thursday. And so 36 cents is the expectation. And revenue estimates off of 16.5 billion. So 26th. So period ending December, still had the 787 issues. They did have some orders in. They had a nice order in from UPS, which from cargo standpoint, again, with the supply chain logistics problems, they're going to sell more cargo planes. They sold, I think it was 17 or 20 Boeing 767 freighters to UPS. That was followed up by an order for some planes going out to 2025 on Allegiant Air as well. So some of that will be built in there, but what's holding them back right now, I think, is because this is still a down channel. This was certainly some good news here, but it didn't get all the way up to that 230 level here. So it continued its retracement back down to levels not seen since February, March, April, May of 2021. So be careful with this one. I do not own any Boeing shares right now. So there's that as well. What I am looking at, still didn't buy any Johnson & Johnson. Let's see. Yeah, I got 4 of those. What's going on here? 3-minute auto. Sorry. There we go. All right. So new bottom on Johnson & Johnson at 151.47. Bounce back up to 161. Let me go down to a 1 minute. Operating on a buy on the 3-minute, buy on the 1 minute. 30-second might be still be on a buy as well on the 30-second as well. So should have bought off that bottom there on the 3-minute. But you're talking pennies here running into earnings. So we'll see what happens with them as far as that goes. And they're expecting $2.12 earnings per share. Revenue estimate $25 billion for the quarter. And again, Johnson & Johnson has exceeded their last 4 quarters. Surprise to the upside all 4 quarters. I expect them to do the same because their estimate is lower to 212. And as people were still going back and getting surgeries and stuff like that. All right, there goes a SPY again, huh? Jumping back up, right? Crazy SPY day. Holy cow, look at this. What was the... You held that? 1%? Do 1% a day. You were doing really freaking good. So, all right, folks. I think that's going to do it for today. I do not have other things to do. LB Gaming, how's it going? Going great, my friend. How are you? So we're going to be finishing the stream in about 8 minutes. So right about pretty much when Frankfurt closes. And Europe closes. What is this song? Oh my God. Get rid of that thing. Give me something else. All right, this is weird music. I'm going to change the mood. Let's see. Peaceful. Peaceful music on a down day. What else? What could possibly go wrong? Great new, not great. Like everyone else, down a lot of money in the last couple of weeks. I hear you, my friend. And that's where if you do have cash available on the table, you might want to selectively start looking at things. Things of quality. Pfizer's still running above its 200-day average. Now, that could be good or bad news, but I think if Pfizer comes down into the $49 range, looking at their COVID pill, sorry, I said the word. Looking at the thing pill that comes out, they got 190,000 out right now. They're expecting millions by like June or so, but most of the thing will probably be done by then, I hope. Also, quality Johnson & Johnson. I'm looking at them. I'm also looking at Boeing selectively also. Even though we've got this continued down channel, Boeing reports earnings on the 27th. Johnson & Johnson reports earnings tomorrow. So look at some quality type stuff. If you're looking at crypto, if you're looking at cryptocurrency, Ethereum looks really, really good right now. So I think that's available. So we'll have that up. We'll have that up there as well. So talking a little bit of that, taking a look at the overall markets. We've got the Nasdaq down. It's down 3%. Dow down 2%. SPY down 2.4%. And the VIX down to 34.68, starting to go back up again. Bottomed out here at 33, hit a high at 37.95, got down and was as low as 28.02, but that was before the market even opened this morning. So the volatility index is there. If you want to look at continued shorting, be very, very careful. If you're looking at something like the SQQs, had a huge run here. If you're already in it, good for you. You're doing very, very well right Looking at this, there's a sentiment. There's your sentiment right there. Got into an almost overbought situation. Didn't quite trip my line, but you still got your MACD. These are custom charts that I'm using. These aren't just straight MACD. They're not straight RSI, and I don't have straight averages either that I use. I do some custom things that I do that meet my risk profile and what I'm looking at doing for my own personal situation. So again, with Europe about to close, we're probably going to be channel bound here. Might look for a little bit of a bounce back into the close this afternoon. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. And cryptos are recovering a little bit today, which is good. Recovering, they're down. Yes, they are. But they're not down as low as what they were. We take what we can get when we can get it. Again, I do not believe that Ethereum is going to go down to 1,700. I just don't see it. It's more of a gut than anything. I think it's going to, even though we wicked down below it today and we got down to 2159, I'm still hopeful that we're going to run this area here and be channel bound a little bit to here. But I do expect it to come back up, maybe bounce up to 28. So maybe another $600 or so. If it does that Ethereum bounce off of where it is right now might go up another 20%. But again, I'm looking at like over the next couple months, right? I'm looking through March or so on Ethereum. So I would, myself personally, I'm looking at dollar cost averaging into the downside on Ethereum because I don't need the money this week, next week, or even this year. These are long-term plays for me. But the last time, I bought in my long-term wallet for Ethereum was March of last year. And I want to say 17 excuse me, 1749 might have been my last buy on Ethereum, somewhere around there. But there you go. All right, so I believe I'm going to close out my stock chart here. Well, we can leave that up. These are 30-second stocks. And so if I go off stream, usually I go to this one. Nope. Where am I at here? Hold on. We didn't end the stream yet. Where is my... Oh, 24. Here. I hit the wrong one. So if I go off stream, if I'm not here, you'll see this. And I can just run the charts and leave the stream going. So that might be what I do today. So there we go. So looking again, I'm not worried about Ethereum. I'm looking to add positions to this. Let's see, Boeing. Well, let's go back to a 3-minute on Boeing. Meme stocks, Palantir, down. GME, down. AMC, down. All the bag holders are taking huge losses on all these right now. That's what they're doing. They're giving up. They're throwing in the towel. And they're saying, I'm done with it. I'm just done with it. Take my money. I don't want it anymore. Okay. Palantir reports February 16th. Yeah, so I might look to buy back in. I'm waiting on Palantir. I want to see how much further down it can go. Can it go down into the 8s? It certainly can. It can get back down into the 11s right quickly here. But things might change with Europe and defense and everything else that's going on. So I would look to that. All right. So, hey, thanks for tuning in. If you're over on Twitch, hit the follow button if you haven't already done that. If you're over on YouTube, thank you for tuning in. This broadcast is going to continue. I'm just going to throw charts, but I won't be... I'll check on the chat every once in a while, but I'll leave the charts up for a little while, and we'll see how that goes. And I think I could either do crypto charts or I can do stock charts. I think I'll do stock charts. So that's going to be it for me for today. Thanks for tuning in. I love you guys, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye now.
Chilling all day, all in your space is where I wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just can't get enough. You're the reason I'm going out of my mind. I just can't stop thinking about you. used to be me.
probe into January 6th went into overdrive this week with that win at the Supreme Court and new subpoenas for Trump campaign lawyers. And now on the beat, we turn to a special segment to get at the facts with some of the very witnesses the Congressional Committee is eyeing. The interviews you're about to see, the reporting we're about to share with you, can help us all go deeper inside this investigation. So now we turn to live interviews with some people who have direct involvement in some of the events on or around January 6th. We are joined by Trump campaign lawyer Boris Epshteyn in the news because he was subpoenaed by the committee just this week, along with those other Trump lawyers. He's a veteran of the White House in both Trump campaigns, including working with Rudy Giuliani in that tense post-election period. Tonight, I will also interview White House veteran Peter Navarro, who detailed a plan to overturn the election results that the Washington Post dubbed a plot to, quote, overthrow the government peacefully. And then later, I will speak with Dustin Stockton, an organizer of the January 6th rally, who has cooperated and provided testimony to that same House probe. We will hear from each of these officials and witnesses live tonight, beginning right now with Trump White House veteran Peter Navarro. Peter, welcome to the beat. I'd like to start with you with 3 simple yes or no questions and then go into more depth. One, has the House probe requested your cooperation?
No.
Was it wrong for people to storm the Capitol on January 6th?
Yes.
Was it wrong to try to overturn the election to keep Trump in office?
No, not legally. Everything I did was clearly.
There's no way out. God knows I've tried to wait, but still it's trouble by trouble. Too late, it's all trouble by trouble. Trouble by trouble. Sometimes when I try to reason, you don't seem to listen at all. I don't know if it's just a feeling, or if we are about to fall. I'll find us another trail.